sure you reset your lanes.
All right, welcome high school bowling fans. We're on the road back to state for the girls this time. This is the OHSAA Division II Northwest Sectional coming to you from River City Bowlaway at Napoleon, Ohio. We'll do a quick rundown of the teams here. The girls just finished up their practice. So starting on lane 3, we've got BRYAN. Lane 4, Napoleon Wildcats. Lane 5, WAUSEON. Lane 6, Liberty Center. Lane 7, Patrick Henry. And those will be your TV pair. Or, lanes 3 through 8. Down on 11 is TINORA. Then EVERGREEN, OTTAWA-GLANDORF, Miller City, Delta on lane 17. Lane 18 is SWANTON. Lane 19 is Toledo Horizon. And lane 20 is Bluffton. And again, same as last on Tuesday, if you guys have a Lane Talk account, you can log in and see the live scoring. So BRYAN starts out with 9 there on lane 3, leaving a 10-pin. Brenna Massey drops them all for a strike. Next up will be Alexa Miller on lane 4 for Napoleon. A little light to the pocket, but a nice mixer strike for Alexa. BRYAN missed their spare attempt down on lane 3. So we will be following the Napoleon Wildcats today. It is the Wildcat Varsity Bowling Channel after all. So we'll update your scores on your favorite team here at Sectional, but we'll be focused on the lanes that Napoleon is on. If somebody can give me a thumbs up out in the chat, let me know you guys can hear and see okay. I appreciate it. Macy Eicher picks up 7 on her first ball, leaving the 2-7-8. BRYAN goes high and picks up 8, leaving the 6-10 on lane 3. Spare attempt now from BRYAN on lane 3, picks it up. Macy now, spare attempt here. And she'll pick up 1 out of 3. It's an open frame for Macy to start things off. Kendall Horner will be up next for Napoleon on lane 4. There's a strike for BRYAN and on lane number 3. Kendall's ball's on the way, and she gets 9, leaves a 10-pin. Good ball for Kendall to start. Just may want to change the angle into the pocket just a little bit to carry a little better. 9 count for BRYAN down on lane 3, another 10-pin. Kendall now, spare attempt. And she's on target. And that'll bring up Ariana Kiesling. First BRYAN with their spare attempt on lane 3. And BRYAN picks that up. Mary's ball looks good. There's a strike for them. So Mary strikes on her first ball in the first game. Again, just as a recap, this will be the same as this boys match on Tuesday. It'll be 3 individual games, followed by 6 Baker games. And then the top 4 teams, based on total pinfall, will advance to the district tournament being held next Tuesday at Interstate Lanes in Rossford, Ohio. Bryan with a strike there a moment ago on lane 4 to start the second frame. Napoleon waiting for the Bryan bowler to finish up on lane 3 for the first frame. And Bryan does pick up the spare on lane number 3. Bryan going a little left on that shot, picks up 7, leaves the 1-3-9. Running back up for Napoleon on lane 3 now. And a strike for Brenna. Bryan picks up 2 out of 3 on lane number 4. And Alexa picks up 9, leaves a 10 pin. That one looked a little left of target. So if you didn't tune in to Tuesday's live stream, the boys did advance to the district tournament. And the girls are trying to follow suit here. Alexa picks up her spare. Bryan picks up 9, leaving a 4 pin on lane 4. All right, Macy now up on lane number 3. There's a strike for Macy. And Kendall gets 9, leaving a 7 pin. Kendall picks up her spare there in lane number 3. All right, still looking for a thumbs up. Make sure you guys can hear and see okay in the chat. Area up now, lane number 3 for Napoleon to finish out second frame. That one's a little bit light, ends up picking up 7, leaving the 2-4-5. Area up now for a spare attempt, lane number 3. Oh, and she chops, picks up 1 out of the 3. There's a 9 count for Bryan on lane number 4, leaving the 10 pin. All right, thank you, Thomas. Bryan up on lane number 3 now. And picks up 9, leaves a 6 pin. BRYAN now, spare attempt, lane number 4, and picks it up. BRYAN spare attempt on lane 3 now. And she converts. All right, Brenna back up, lane number 4 for Napoleon. And another strike for Brenna. There's back-to-back strikes for her. Actually, 3 in a row for her. Alexa Miller up now, lane number 4. Nice roll. Picks up the strike. That looked good off her hand all the way to the pins. BRYAN looking at, looks like a 6-7 split down on lane number 3. Ooh, nice attempt there. Picks up 1, but. All right, Brenna now will get 9, leaves a 10 pin. So just like the boys we were talking about yesterday, the Northwest District is extremely, extremely competitive. Just looking back through the past results over the last 11 years, 13 teams from the Northwest District have either finished as champion, state champion, or state runner-up. Macy picking up her 10 pin there. So going back to 2015 for the girls, our Napoleon girls have been very successful at state. 2015, we were team runner-up, 2nd place. 2016, team runner-up, 2nd place. And we took a couple of years off, 17 and 18. Starting in 2019, we finished in 3rd. In 2020, we didn't make it as a team, but our Spencer Schweiger made it to state as an individual. Kendall Horner up now, lane number 4. And she goes right of the head pin, Brooklyn strike. So 2021, we finished in top 8 at state. 2022, we were finished state runner-up, and Spencer Schweiger was individual runner-up. In 2023, our own Ariana Kiesling finished as a state champion as an individual. 2024, our team finished in the top 8. And then 2025, the team finished in the top 8. And Ariana Kiesling repeated as state champion. So Ari picks up 9 there, leaves the 10 pin. So looking back, Napoleon made the state tournament in 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2019, 2021, 2022, 2024, and 2025. So I only went back about 11 years because 2014 was the first year that they split into 2 divisions. Prior to that, there was just one division at the state level. Ari, spare attempt, picked it up. So it's based on school class sizes. I think any school that has like a class size of less than 250 or so ends up being Division II. The rest are Division I. Bryan goes a little bit high there, picks up 9, leaves a 6-pin. Bryan has also had some luck at state. They were a state champion one year and runner-up, I believe, once or twice. Once in the last, once in the last 11 years. So they finished first and second in the last 11 years. All right, Bryan picks up their spare. Bryan misses their spare attempt on lane number 4. Run up now, lane number 3. And another strike for Brenna. And that makes it 4 in a row now. She's coming out of the gate firing. Alexa up now, lane number 3. Alexa goes high, picks up 7, leaves the, looks like the 3-6-9. Bryan with a split there on lane 4, picks up 2 out of the 3. Alexa, nice spare conversion there. So she starts off with 2 strikes and 2 spares. All right, Macy up. She goes left of the head pin, Brooklyn strike. Bryan swings that one out wide, comes back a little light into the pocket, leaves a 2-8. And Kendall picks up 9, leaves the 7-pin. Kendall now, spare attempt, lane number 3. And she gets it. Bryan picks up their spare on lane number 4. I'm sorry, that was a strike on lane number 4. Ariana Kiesling now, lane number 3. And a strike for Ari. So one of the things that the coaching staff stresses to both the boys and the girls is balance at the line. It's very rare that you'll see one of the Napoleon bowlers falling off the shot as they post the shot. Bryan picking up 9 there on lane number 3, leaving the 7-pin. It's a lot easier to be accurate when you're balanced at the release than when you're falling all over the place. Is the thought process. Bryan looking at 3-6-10 on lane number 4. And nice conversion there for them. Bryan missed their spare attempt on lane 3. Couldn't pick up the 7-pin. Brenna back up lane number 4. And Brenna goes Brooklyn. Gives the 5-pin a tap, but it won't go down. Bryan leaves the 4-6 split on lane number 3. Brenna now, spare attempt on lane 4. So I know the girls are hungry this year. I mean, they've made it to state a couple of times, but really haven't performed as well as they would like. And this is a very talented girls squad this year. Alexa now, lane number 4. That one's heavy. Ends up leaving the 6-9-10. That very easily could have split on her. Every one of these girls is capable of putting up a 2-0 game. Alexa picks up her spare. Bryan picks up their spare. Yeah, top to bottom, this is probably one of the strongest rosters that Napoleon girls have had, and that's saying a lot, because we've had some really strong girls teams over the years. Macy picks up 9, leaves the 5-pin. There's a strike for Bryan over on lane number, was it? Yeah, over on lane number 3. That was a double for her. And Macy picks up her spare. Spare shooting so key to this game. Nothing will take a good score faster than an open. There's a strike for Bryan on lane number 3. Kendall Horner, lane number 4. She goes high, picks up 9, leaves a 2-pin. So let's see, through 5, we've got Brenna with a clean game. Alexa with a clean game. Macy only opened in the 1st. Kendall now trying to pick up her spare here. Ooh, just missed. So that's the first open for Kendall. And Ariana Kiesling has an open frame in the 2nd. So what is that? 3 open frames out of the first 5 frames. Not too shabby. Ariana now, lane number 4. Nice shot for Ari. Picks up the strike. Might have been a touch light, but carried nicely. Brenna down on lane number 3. And she gets 8, leaves the 6-10. Bryan now, lane 4, comes in a little light, picks up 6, leaves the bucket, 2, 4, 5, and 8. Brenna now, spare attempt on lane 3. Oh, and she chops. Can't get the 10 pin to drop. All right, Alexa up now, lane number 3. Bryan picking up their spare on lane number 4. And 8 count for Alexa, leaving the, looks like the 4-7. Bryan gets all 10 to drop for the strike. Alexa now, spare attempt. Picks it up. Looked like it came off the wall to get the 7, but it did pick it up. Bryan drops all 10 for a strike on lane number 4. Macy drops all 10 for the strike. Bryan goes Brooklyn on lane number 4 for the strike. Their lefty crossing over, hitting the 1-3 pocket. Kendall now up on lane number 3. And she gets 9, looks like a 6 pin left. Nice ball there from Bryan for the strike. That's a double up for her. Kendall, spare attempt on lane 3. Covers it. Ariana Kiesling up now, lane number 3. And she ends up picking up 8. Leaves the 4-9. Brenna getting 8 on lane number 4, leaving the 4-7. Oh, nice attempt there by Aries. Slides the 4 pin in front of the 9 instead of into it. So a 9 count for her in an open frame. But a very good attempt. That's a tough spare to try to convert. You've got to hit that so thin and slide that in just the right angle to pick up that 9. Brenna now, spare attempt here on lane number 4. And that one falls off to the left. So back-to-back opens for Brenna Massey. Bryan getting 9, leaves a 10 pin on lane number 3. All right, Alexa up now, lane number 4. That looks good, and it's a strike. Sometimes you just know when it comes off their hand. Bryan picks up the spare there in lane number 3. All right, Macy comes in a little light, can't get the 7 pin to trip out. Bryan comes in light, leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 8. Pickup of 6. Macy picks up the spare on lane number 4. Bryan missed their spare attempt on lane number 3, picking up 3 out of 4. Oh, I'm sorry, 2 out of 4. And Kendall goes right of the head pin, leaves the 1, 2, 8, pickup of 7. And Bryan gets all 10 to fall for a strike. Kendall now, spare attempt on lane 4, and she chops. Picks up 1 out of 3. Area up now, lane number 4. And she picks up 9, leaves the 8 pin. There was a comment made in the chat that the girls' energy level seems a little bit low in this first game. And while I will say that it's not as high as their energy during the Baker games, it is maybe a little low. We're missing a couple of easy spares here, so coaches should probably take a minute to regroup the girls. Brenna up now, lane number 3. And a strike for Brenna. Not sure if the girls are just not awake yet, or but yeah, there's no cheer, there's no click, click, boom. A little more workmanlike for the girls in this first game. And Alexa goes high, picks up 9, leaves a 6 pin. There's Bryan picking up the spare on lane number 4. All right, Alexis, spare attempt here, lane number 3. Oh, just missed to the outside. That's Alexis' first open frame. Bryan lets that one get away from him on lane number 4. Macy up now, lane number 3. Goes left of the head pin, picks up 9. So let's see, 2 opens for Brenna, 1 for Alexa. Macy's got 1 so far. 2 for Kendall. And 3 for Ariana. Bryan picks up 7 on her second ball. Spare attempt now from Macy, and she's successful. All right, Kendall up now, lane number 3. And she trips the 10 pin for a strike. All right, Ariana Kiesling up now, lane number 3. And a strike for Ari. All right, we're 8 frames into this first game. Girls are looking pretty good against the field from what I can see on the first 8 lanes here. Bryan now shooting at a 10 pin, lane number 4, and misses. Bryan's 5th bowler coming up here on lane number 4. She's got 3 strikes in a row. Looking to extend the streak. And she gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. Bryan up on lane number 3, gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. Bryan now, spare attempt on lane 4. Picks it up. Spare attempt for Bryan on lane 3. Misses inside. Run up now, lane number 4. Working on a strike in the previous frame. Oh, she didn't like that one. Not sure if she caught her leg or something, but Bryan picking up 9, leaving a 7 pin. She just needs to block that one out of her head and roll the ball the best she can. Next ball, best ball. All right, spare attempt now for Brenna, lane number 4. And she gets the spare the hard way. So spare in the 9th frame, the foundation frame. She had a strike in the previous frame, so hurt her a little bit, but ultimately not too bad. Alexa goes high, picks up 8, leaves the 6-10. And Bryan gets a strike there. Yeah, that's 4 in a row for her. Oh, and Alexa misses another spare. So back-to-back misses for Alexa. All right, Bryan up now, lane number 3. And she gets 9, leaves a 7 pin. Macy working on a spare here in the 9th frame. And a strike for Macy. Spare attempt from Bryan, picked up. All right, Kendall here working on a strike in the previous frame. Looks pretty good. That went high. Leaves a 4-7. Bryan now, their last bowler on lane number 3. Drops all 10 for the strike. Kendall now, spare attempt. Nope, won't hold up. So an open frame for Kendall in the 9th. That definitely tightens things up between Napoleon and Bryan. Although Bryan also has a couple of open frames in the 9th. Ariana Kiesling comes in a little light, leaves a 2-8. All right, spare attempt here. Oh, and misses the spare attempt. So an open frame for Ari in the 9th. All right, Brenna needs to block the last frame from her mind and just focus on this shot right here. And she picks up 7, leaves 2-7-8. Bryan now, lane number 4. Gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. right, Brenna now spare attempt on lane 3. She's got it. She'll have one more in the 10th. Can't sit down yet, Brenna. Oh, no, I guess that was her last ball. Never mind. Yeah, she had to start out the 10th with a strike. I'm looking at the wrong side of the scoreboard here. So Brenna Massey finishes with a 204. Alexa picks up 9 on her first ball in the 10th. So if you guys are following along on Lane Talk, Napoleon will be the double letters. They'll show up under lane 4. And Alexa comes out of the gutter to pick up that spare, so it won't count. So she finishes with 3 straight opens. And should be a game of 160 for Alexa. So we got one of our boy lane monitors. Takes care of it in short order. Bryan comes in light, ends up leaving the 1-2-10 on lane 4, pickup of 7. All right, Macy up now, lane number 3. Oh, picks up 6. What is that? 4, 7, 9, 10, I think. Whatever it is, it looks ugly. All right, Macy now, lane number 3. And she won't get any additional. So 169 for Macy. Bryan with another strike. That's now 5 in a row for their third bowler. Nine count for Kendall on lane number 3. And a strike, another strike for Bryan's third bowler. Extends her streak to 6 in a row. Kendall picks up her spare. She'll get one more. Bryan picks up 7 and finishes with a 222. Nice game for their third bowler. Kendall now, last ball. And a strike for Kendall. And a 158 game. Bryan swings that one out wide, but it comes back for the strike. Ariana Kiesling now, lane number 3. And a strike for Ari. And Bryan with another strike in the 10th. That's 2 in a row. Ariana Kiesling now. And another strike. There's 2 in the 10th for Airy. BRYAN, last ball, 10th frame for their bowler, picks up 8 more. Or, I'm sorry, 7 more. They finish with a 190 game. Ariana Kiesling now, last ball, 10th frame. Picks up 8 more and a 165. So Brenna with a 204, Alexa 160, Macy 169, Kendall 158, and Ariana Kiesling 165 for an 856. BRYAN starts out the 10th frame with a 5 count, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10. All right, we're going to switch over to the next lanes. You can still see BRYAN off there to the left of your frame. But we can also see Liberty Center and WAUSEON finishing up. And BRYAN picks up 3 more. She finishes with a 200 game and looks like an 866, if I can see that correctly. They cleared it before I could get there. But yeah, I think it was an 866. Liberty Center, nice ball on lane 5 for the strike. That's 2 in the 10th for her. WAUSEON picks up 6 on lane 6. Leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 8. And 9 count for Liberty Center on their final ball for a 136. WAUSEON, spare attempt, picks it up. She'll get 1 more in the 10th. And WAUSEON with a nice ball there for a strike to finish up. She finishes up with a 134. There's a strike for the Liberty Center, the 5th bowler, to start the 10th frame. WAUSEON gets 9 on lane number 6, leaving a 7-pin. Liberty Center ends up 7-10 split on lane number 5. On our second ball in the 10th frame. WAUSEON picks up their spare. She'll have one more. So Liberty Center, spare attempt. Won't get any additional, so she'll finish up with 175. Looks like a 742 for Liberty Center. WAUSEON picks up 9 more and finishes with a 169 for a 768 game, or a 768 game number 1. All right, so let's see where Napoleon is moving here. All right, looks like they're moving to the right, so they'll be on lanes 5 and 6. Hey, Randy, do you need to do something on lane 4? Do you need to do something to lane 4?
Nope, that's we got.
Oh, that's right, the open pair. Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right, sorry, the scoreboard confused me. I forget we have one team that'll be by itself, so. Sorry, thought I'd muted that, but evidently I didn't. All right, so Napoleon will be bowling with Patrick Henry for this second game. As soon as I have scoring updates, I'll let you guys know. They're working diligently on getting those entered. All right, Brenna started off with a 7 and a 1. I'm sorry, Brenna started off with a strike. Again, looking at the wrong side of the scoreboard. Alexa just picked up 9, left a 5 pin. All right, hopefully you guys didn't see a pause in the live stream. I had a computer issue that I was dealing with. Patrick Henry picks up 8 on her first ball. Lexa makes short work of the 5-pin.
Okay, hang on.
All right, Macy with 9 to start out with, leaving a 10-pin. Patrick Henry misses the spare. Macy now, spare attempt, lane number 5. Picks it up. All right, Kendall Horner up now. Kendall swings that one out wide. It won't come back. Ends up picking up 6, leaving the 1, 3, 7, and 9. Liberty Center also starting that ball way outside, but that one does come back for the strike. We were seeing that a little bit with the boys the other day, later in the block as well. They had some success working the outside of the lane and bringing it back with a big hook. Not sure how many of the girls' teams you'll see do that. All right, looks like we've got the scores up for the first game. We've got BRYAN in the lead with 866. Napoleon currently in second with 856. WAUSEON in third with 768. Liberty Center in fourth at 742. Patrick Henry is at 730 in fifth. TINORA 692 in sixth. Then OTTAWA-GLANDORF is next at seventh with 665. EVERGREEN with 644 in eighth. SWANTON with 608 is ninth. Delta with 542 is 10th. Toledo Horizon Science Academy 533 and 11th. Miller City 497 and 12th, and Bluffton with 478 and 13th. And I believe the Bluffton girls, they're down at least one bowler, so just like Toledo Science Academy boy team the other day, they were only bowling with 4. All right, so just to recap here real quick. Kendall got 8 total, and then Ari struck in the first frame of this second game, and Brenna will be coming up on lane number 6. Patrick Henry now, lane number 5. That one going left, won't hit the head pin. Picks up 3, it looks like. 4, I'm sorry. Brenna now, lane number 6. Gets 9, leaves a 7-pin. BRYAN picking up 5 on lane number 7. Patrick Henry, spare attempt, picks it up on lane number 5. Nice conversion there for her. Brenna now, spare attempt, lane 6, all over it. BRYAN now, spare attempt on lane 7. And that one goes a little left, picks up 2 out of the 5. Patrick Henry with a strike on lane number 5. Now Alexa for Napoleon up on lane 6. And she gets 9, cannot trip the 10 pin. Patrick Henry picking up 8 on lane number 5, leaving the 6-10. Bryan getting 8 on lane 7, leaving the 6-10. Alexa's spare attempt, right on target. Patrick Henry picks up the spare on lane 5. A spare conversion for Bryan over on lane number 7. Macy up now, lane number 6. And she picks up 8. Looks like the 4-5 maybe. There's a strike for Patrick Henry on lane 5. All right, tricky little spare here for Macy. Almost have to go right between the middle of the 2. And she gets 1 out of the 2. Kendall up next on lane 6. Oh, swung that one way out wide. That's in the gutter. Bryan getting 9, leaving the 10 pin. Messenger comes up a little short. Liberty Center also using the outside part of the lane. Picks up 9, leaves the 10 pin. Looks like Kendall might have overcompensated on that one. That one started way inside, picks up 6. Ariana Kiesling now, lane number 6. Bryan spare attempt, picks it up on lane 7. Now Aries ready to go. Liberty Center missed their spare attempt down on lane number 8. Ari with back-to-back strikes. Liberty Center coming in light, missing the head pin, pickup of 6 on lane 7. Brenna also coming in light, missed the head pin, leaves the 1-3, a pickup of 8. Patrick Henry with a strike on lane number 6 a moment ago. Liberty Center picks up 1 out of the 3 on lane 7. Brenna picks up her spare, lane number 5. Patrick Henry gets 7 on lane number 6, leaving the 2-4-5. Nice pickup there by Bryan on lane number 8. And Alexa, that one looked like it hit soft. Picks up 7, kind of went through the nose, splits on her. Looks like that's the 4-6-7. Yep, the 4-6-7. Patrick Henry picks up 1 out of 3 on lane 6. And Alexa misses her spare opportunity. Liberty Center, looked like she pulled that one, but not too bad. Picks up the spare on lane 7. 8 count on lane 6 for Patrick Henry, leaving the 3-9. Nice ball from Macy, leaves the 10 pin though, pickup of 9. Spare attempt from Patrick Henry, won't get there for lane 6. She ends up with an 8 for the frame. Macy now shooting at the 10 pin. Oh, that won't hold on. So Macy missed her spare attempt. Patrick Henry lets that one get away from him. Liberty Center converts their spare on lane number 7. Oh, Kendall goes high and it pays the ultimate price, leaves the 4-6. Nine count for Liberty Center on lane number 7. Looks like a 2 pin left. Patrick Henry going high on lane number 6. Picks up 9 on her second ball. Kendall gets 1 out of 2 on lane 5 for Napoleon. Patrick Henry gets 9 on lane 6, leaves the 6 pin. Ariana Kiesling up now, lane number 5 for Napoleon. Liberty Center converts their spare down on lane 7. Aries ball underway. And all 10 drop. That's 3 in a row now for Ari. Patrick Henry converts their spare. Patrick Henry goes high and it splits on her. Leaves a 6-7-10 on lane 5. Liberty Center now, lane number 7. That one goes a little high, leaves a 6-10, a pickup of 8. Brenna up now, lane number 6 for Napoleon. Gets 9, leaves a 7 pin. Patrick Henry, spare attempt. Picks up 2 out of the 3 on lane 5. Brenna picks up her spare. Alexa up now. And Alexa gets 9, leaves a 6 pin. Alexa, spare attempt. Oh, just misses outside. Macy up now. And Macy gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. Macy now, spare attempt. Oh, that's going to miss inside. There's Patrick Henry with a strike, lane number 5. Kendall now up on lane number 6. That one goes high, picks up 9, leaves a 4 pin. Eight count for Patrick Henry, leaving a 3-9 on lane number 5. Spare attempt for Kendall. Oh, and that missed inside. So Lady Cats have missed some easy spares here. We need to refocus and make sure we're picking those up. Patrick Henry, spare attempt, lane number 5. Picks up 1, just the back pin of the sleeper, or picks up the sleeper. Ariana Kiesling now, lane number 6. And that one hooks nicely back to the pocket for another strike for Ari. 9 count for Brenna, leaving a 7 pin on lane 5. Patrick Henry goes high, gets 9, leaves a 3 pin on lane 6. Bryan strikes on lane number 7. Brenna now, spare attempt. She's got it. Patrick Henry, their spare attempt on lane 6. Picked up. Liberty Center using that outside part of the lane. Picks up 8, leaves a 6-10. And Alexa drills a strike there on lane number 5. Strike also for Bryan down on lane number 7. Patrick Henry comes in light, missed the head pin, leaves the washout. 1, 2, 4, and 10 on lane 6. So a couple of the girls are trying to play that outside part of the lane. There's definitely some hook out there, some dry out there for the hook. Macy gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. Seven count for Liberty Center, leaving the 1-3-6. Liberty Center does pick up their spare. Oh, nice attempt there by Patrick Henry, who picks up 3 out of 4. Macy now taking aim at her 7 pin. She's got it. I'm not, sorry, not 7 pin, 10 pin. Liberty Center picks up their spare on lane number 7. Patrick Henry with a strike on lane number 6. Kendall Horner up now in lane number 5. And she drops all 10 for a strike. So a good 5th frame so far for the Wildcat, or for the Lady Cats. Patrick Henry gets, looks like 6. There's a strike for Liberty Center down on lane 7. Ariana Kiesling now, lane number 5. And she gets 8, leaves the 4-9. She had this earlier on the previous pair and dang near made it. Let's see if she can make an adjustment and pick this one up. Nice pickup there for Patrick Henry on lane number 6. Gets the spare. And a nice attempt from Airy, but hit a little heavy. So a 9 count in the 5th for Airy. Patrick Henry comes in a little light. Ends up leaving the 3-5-6. 5 count for Liberty Center on lane number 7. Patrick Henry picks up, I'm sorry, not Patrick. Yeah, Patrick Henry picks up 4 on their first ball. Liberty Center picked up 2 out of the 5 on lane 7. Bryan converts a spare down on lane number 8. Nine count for Liberty Center on lane number 5, leaving a 5 pin. Or I'm sorry, not 5. On lane number 7, leaving a 5 pin. Brennan now up on lane number 6. Drops all 10 for the strike. Patrick Henry now down on lane number 5. Gets all but 1, so a 9 count for her. Alexa now up for Napoleon, lane 6. And a strike for Alexa. Liberty Center converts their spare, lane number 7. Patrick Henry getting 8 on lane 5, leaving a 4-7. And Macy comes in a little light, missed the head pin, washes out for the 1, 2, 4, and 10. Nine count for Bryan, leaves a 7 pin down on lane number 8. Liberty Center goes high, picks up 6, leaving the 3, 6, 9, 10 on lane 7. Patrick Henry picks up their spare on lane number 5. All right, let's see if Macy can get this over on the Brooklyn side. Kick 1 into the 10. Good attempt. Picks up 3 out of 4. Kendall up now, working on a strike. Goes high, picks up 8, leaves the 2-4. Patrick Henry picks up their spare in lane number 5. Bryan getting 9, leaving a 10 pin down on lane number 8. Kendall now, spare attempt, lane 6. Oh, and she chopped. Picks up 1 out of 2. Patrick Henry, oh, moves him around, but ends up leaving 1 pin standing. That one will get swept, so they'll have to reset it. Bryan getting 9 on lane number 7, leaving a 10 pin. Ariana now, lane 6. Picks up 8, leaves a 6-10. Spare attempt from Ari here, picks it up. Liberty Center got 6 on their first ball, spare attempt on lane 8. And she gets 3 out of the 4, so a 9 count for her in the 6th frame. Bryan coming in light to the pocket, leaves the 2, 4, and 10. Patrick Henry getting 8 on lane 6, looks like the 4, 5. Liberty Center getting 8, looking like the 5, 7. Patrick Henry, spare attempt, picks up 1. Brenna coming up on the left lane, lane number 5. That one's going way out wide, won't get back to the head pin, picks up 8, leaves the 1, 3. Patrick Henry with 9 on her first ball, leaving the 10 pin. Bryan leaving the 2-10 on lane 7, pickup of 8. Brenna now spare attempt on lane 5. She's got it. Patrick Henry misses their spare attempt. Bryan picks up 1 out of 2 on lane 7. Nice ball from Alexa, drills the rack. That's 3 straight strikes in a row for Alexa. Patrick Henry swings that one out wide and won't get back, leaves the 1, 3, pickup of 8. 9 count for Bryan, leaving a 7 pin. Macy gets that one inside, started inside, picks up 7. Leaves the 3, 6, 9. Patrick Henry converts their spare. Bryan, spare attempt, lane 7, picks it up. Macy now her spare attempt on lane number 5. And she chops, picks up 2 out of 3. Patrick Henry picking up, looks like 7, leaving the 1, 2, and 7. Kendall up now, lane number 5. And she trips the 10-pin for the strike. Strike also for BRYAN on lane number 7. Liberty Center down on lane number 8. Comes in light, missed the head pin, leaves the 1-2. Area up now, lane number 5 for Napoleon. There's a strike for Airy. Liberty Center got 9 on lane number 7. I'm sorry. Yeah, 9 on lane number 7, leaving a 5-pin. Spare conversion for Liberty Center on lane number 8. Patrick Henry getting 9 on lane number 5. And a 9 count for Patrick Henry on lane 6. Ends up leaving just the 7-pin behind. Liberty Center missed a spare attempt on lane 7. BRYAN picks up 8, leaves the 3-9 on lane 8. Patrick Henry converts their spare on lane number 5. Spare conversion for Patrick Henry on lane number 6 as well. Patrick Henry on lane number 5 picks up 8, leaves the 5-10. Liberty Center on lane number 7. Strikes for Liberty Center. Brenna Massey up now for Napoleon, lane 6. Nice ball from Brenna for a strike. 9 count for BRYAN. Nudged the 9-pin, but it didn't go down. Patrick Henry spare attempt. A little too far left. Won't get any additional. That'll be an 8 count for her. 9 count for Liberty Center on lane 7, leaving a 5-pin. Alexa goes high and it splits on her, leaves the 6, 7, 10. Patrick Henry gets 9 on lane number 5. Looks like a 2-pin left. BRYAN converts their spare down on lane number 8. Oh, that looks good. Oh, it slides right in front of the 7-pin. Wow, that was a good attempt by Alexa. Too good almost. Patrick Henry picks up a spare on lane number 5. Macy now up on lane 6 and she strikes. Liberty Center, lane 7, gets the strike. Patrick Henry gets 9 on lane 5, leaves a 2-pin. Kendall up now for Napoleon on lane 6. Working on a strike in the previous frame. Can she double up? There it is. All right, we want another one just like the other one. A little instant replay here. BRYAN strikes down on lane number 8. Area up on lane 6 for Napoleon. Looks good, and it is. There's a double up for Airy. Bryan gets 9 down on lane 8, leaves the 10 pin. Liberty Center now up on lane number 7. And a strike for Liberty Center. Patrick Henry out wide on lane 6, won't get back to the head pin, washes out. Patrick Henry gets that started a little too far left on lane 5. Bryan picks up their spare on lane 8. Patrick Henry picks up 3 out of 4 on lane 6. 9 count for Bryan on lane number 7. Patrick Henry also with 9 on their second ball on lane 5. Patrick Henry now, lane 6. Wobbles a 5-pin, but it won't go down. Pickup of 9. Brenna now, lane number 5. Gets 9, leaves a 10-pin. Liberty Center gets 9, leaves a 2-pin. Patrick Henry just missed their spare on lane 6. Bryan picking up, looks like 8 on lane 7, leaving the 3-9. Brenna spare attempt. She's got it. Liberty Center picks up, looks like 5 on lane number 6. All right, Alexa up now, lane number 5. There's a strike for Alexa. You guys are absolutely welcome for the broadcast. I enjoy doing them. I'm glad I'm able to bring them to you. Bryan picks up the spare in lane number 7. There's a strike for Macy. So that's a double up for her. Yeah, for about the last 4 or 5, maybe even 6 years, they've done the sectional and district tournaments during the week. I remember a while back, it used to be a Friday, Saturday. There's a 7 count for Bryan on lane number 7. Kendall got 7 on her first ball, looking at 2-4-7 on lane number 5. Patrick Henry missed their spare attempt, so they'll end up with 8 for the frame. Nice pickup there by Kendall. Nice pickup there by Bryan on lane number 7 for the spare. Patrick Henry with a strike on lane number 6. Liberty Center splitting on lane number 8, leaving the 7-10. Bryan gets 9, leaves the 7-pin. Ariana Kiesling, 9, leaves the 10-pin. Brenna up to start the 10th frame for Napoleon in this second game. And she strikes. All right, Ariana, spare attempt. She's got it, nicely done. So a clean 9th frame in this second individual game for Napoleon. Remember, we'll have 3 individual games. We'll have a short break for lunch, and then we'll be back with 6 Baker games to wrap things up. Liberty Center gets 9, leaves the 4-pin down on lane 8. Brenna now, second ball, 10th frame. And she gets 9, leaves a 7-pin. Patrick Henry splits, leaving the 4-10 down on lane number 5. I believe that's the 4-10. Brenna's spare attempt. Picks it up. Brenna finishes with a 196 in game number 2. Or no, 196. Patrick Henry picked up 1 out of 2. She finishes with a 122. Alexa Miller now up on lane number 6. Nice ball, strike for Alexa. That's a double up. Bryan comes in light, misses the head pin, leaves the washout, 1, 2, 4, 10. Patrick Henry goes high, picks up 8, leaves the 3, 6. 7 count for Liberty Center, leaving the 2, 5, and 7. Spare attempt from Bryan goes way left. She won't get any more. Alexa gets 9. Leaves that 2-pin there. That's her second ball in the 10th. Liberty Center picks up their spare. Patrick Henry picks up their spare. They'll get 1 more in the 10th. Alexa picks up her spare. And Alexa will finish with a 186. Liberty Center now, lane number 7. Picks up the strike. Patrick Henry gets 8, leaves the 5, 7. That was her last ball. She finishes with 122. Macy starts out with 7, leaves the 2, 4, 5. Liberty Center looks like they get 9 on lane 7. Macy now, spare attempt, lane 6. And she gets 1 out of the 3. So Macy finishes with a 132. Bryan getting 9, it looks like, on lane 8, leaving a 10-pin. Liberty Center picks up their spare. They'll have, let's see, that's the 9th frame for them. Kendall now, lane number 6, 10th frame. And a strike for Kendall. Patrick Henry, lane number 5, and a strike for her. There's definitely some hook out there on that outside part of the lane. A few of the girls are trying to get out there. Six count for Liberty Center, leaving the bucket. Lane number 7. Patrick Henry picking up 9, leaving a 3-pin. Second ball, 10th frame for Kendall, and another strike. 2 strikes in the 10th. Strike for Bryan down on lane number 8. Liberty Center, spare attempt, picks up 2 out of the 4. 8 count for her in the 9th. Kendall now, last ball, 10th frame, lane number 6. That one goes a little bit high, picks up 9, and finishes with a 156. Patrick Henry picks up their spare. They'll get 1 more in the 10th. I didn't see what WAUSEON had. Liberty Center gets 9, leaves it 7 pin. Ariana Kiesling, 10th frame, starts out with 9, leaves the 4 pin. Patrick Henry gets 9. They'll slide the 4 pin, but it won't go down. Won't matter. That was the last ball in the 10th for her. Patrick Henry, 141. Oh, and Ariana just missed the spare. And she finishes up with a 213 with an open in the 10th. So 883, game number 2. There's a strike for Patrick Henry in the 10th. Bryan misses their spare attempt on lane number 7. She finished with a 112. Liberty Center, lane number 8, comes in light, picks up 7, leaves a 136. That was her final ball. She finished with a 153. Patrick Henry got 9 on her second ball in the 10th. Bryan picks up 6 to start the 10th on lane 7. Liberty Center comes in light, misses the head pin, picks up 6, leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 8. Patrick Henry picked up their spare in the last ball in the 10th, finished with 149, 687 total. Nice spare there by Bryan. She'll get 1 more in the 10th. Liberty Center, spare attempt. Oh, gets that a little too far left, picks up 2. So open in the 10th, she'll finish with 159. Bryan with a strike to finish out the 10th frame, 179 for their second bowler. There's a strike for Liberty Center. That's a double up for her. Bryan gets 9, leaves the 7 pin on lane 7. Liberty Center, second ball, 10th frame, picks up, looks like 9. And Bryan missed their spare attempt, so 136 for their third bowler. Liberty Center picks up their spare on their final ball, 177 for their third bowler. Bryan get that one out wide. It does come back though. Gets 9, leaves a 7 pin. Liberty Center's fourth bowler up to start the 10th. Starts out with a strike. Bryan picks up the spare. They'll get one more. Liberty Center gets 8, leaving with 2-8 on lane 8. Bryan gets all 10 to fall for a strike for her final ball. 187 for Bryan's fourth bowler. All right, so it looks like Napoleon's going to pick up some ground on Bryan here. Liberty Center, spare attempt. Oh, just missed. So she finishes with a 186. Bryan's last bowler starts their 10th frame. There's a strike. So she's got 3 in a row now. Liberty Center, 5th bowler, 10th frame. Goes high and it splits on her, leaves that 6, 7, 10. So Napoleon will be moving left to lane 7 and 8. They'll probably bowl with WAUSEON is my guess. Second ball, 10th frame for Bryan. Oh, leaves the big 4, the 4, 6, 7, 10. Liberty Center picks up 2 out of the 3, finishes with a 117. So Liberty Center with a 792 in game 2. Bryan right now sitting with 825 plus whatever she picks up here. All right, she picks up 2 more. So she finishes with a nice game of 213 and 827 for Bryan. So that should send Napoleon around Bryan. Remember, the top 4 teams will advance to the district tournament. That district tournament being held on next Tuesday at Interstate Lanes in Rossford, Ohio. All right, so teams are moving. All right, I want to thank everybody for joining the live stream. We're up to about 30 viewers right now. If you haven't already, please join the channel, like and subscribe. If you know anybody else that might be interested in watching some high school bowling, share the stream. The more the merrier. All right, so Napoleon down on lane number 7 and 8, bowling with WAUSEON. Bryan's on a pair by themselves on 5 and 6. And Patrick Henry and Liberty Center down on 3 and 4. Looks like the coaches are having a few words with the girls before game 3. All right, Brenna will be back up first for the Lady Cats. And Brenna starts off with a strike. WAUSEON goes a little high, picks up 8, leaves a 6-10. BRYAN starts off with 6, leaving the 1, 2, 4, and 8. Alexa up now for Napoleon on lane 8. Alexa goes high, picks up 8, leaves the 3, 6. BRYAN converts their spare down on lane 5. WAUSEON spare attempt lane 7, picked up. As soon as we get the game 2 scores in, we'll get those tabulated and announce them on air. Based on the scores I saw, it looks like Napoleon should move up into the first place. Alexa converts the spare there. WAUSEON, that one swings out really wide. Won't get back to the head pin, leaves the 1, 3, 6, and 9. BRYAN's got a washout on lane number 5, the 1, 2, 4, 10. Macy up now for Napoleon, lane number 8. And she gets 8, leaves 4, 7. Oh, nice attempt there by BRYAN, picks up 3 out of the 4. WAUSEON picks up 2 out of the 4 on their spare attempt on lane 7. WAUSEON now up on lane number 7. Comes in just a touch light, leaves the 2-7. Macy now spare attempt. Missed that one inside. So an 8 count for Macy on lane number 8. First frame, 3rd individual game. BRYAN picks up the spare in lane number 5, converts to 10 pin. WAUSEON spare attempt lane 7, nicely done. Kendall Horner up now, Napoleon lane 8. And she gets 9, leaves the 6 pin. WAUSEON with a strike there in lane number 7. Kendall now, spare attempt, lane 8. Got it. WAUSEON now, lane number 7. Drops all 10 for the strike. BRYAN got 7 on their first ball. Spare attempt on lane 5. Ariana Kiesling up on lane 8. Bryan converts their spare. Ari with a strike, drops all 10. Brenna now, lane number 7, Napoleon. Nice ball, strike for Brenna. That's 2 in a row. WAUSEON getting 9, leaving a 7 pin. Bryan also getting 9, but leaving a 10 pin. All right, Alexa up now for Napoleon, lane 7. And Alexa gets 8, leaves the 4-7. Nice pickup there by Bryan, converts the 10 pin. There's a strike, or I'm sorry, 9 count for Bryan, leaves the 10 pin. Alexa converts her spare. WAUSEON goes Brooklyn on that one, picks up 9. All right, we've got the scoring recap. After 2 games, Napoleon has moved into first place. They had an 883, brings them up to 1739. Bryan and 827 in game 2 at 1693. Liberty Center 792 as at 1534. WAUSEON 685 game 2 1453. Patrick Henry still holding in 5th. 687 game 2 1417. TINORA right behind him. They had a 719. They're at 1411. 7th place is EVERGREEN, moving ahead of OTTAWA-GLANDORF. They had a 593. They move up to 1237. OTTAWA-GLANDORF had a game 2 of 515. They're at 1180. Then we've got Delta in 9th with 1157 total. SWANTON in 10th with 1116. Toledo Horizon Science Academy 975 total. Miller City 968 total. And Bluffton 957. So your top 3 teams, or top 4 teams, I'm sorry, Napoleon, Bryan, Liberty Center, and WAUSEON, with Patrick Henry and TINORA right behind them. We'll get those up in the chat here in just a moment. Kendall Horner with a strike there just a moment ago. Aries ball underway, and she benches up 7, leaves a 3-6-10. All right, we'll be back on the announcing here in just a moment. Brenna with her spare there on lane number 8. BRYAN converts their spare on lane number 6. WAUSEON a little light to the pocket, ends up picking up 8, wobbles at the 10 pin, but ends up leaving the 310. Alexa Miller now, lane number 8, gets 9, leaves the 10 pin. BRYAN goes high, 7 pin goes down, leaves just a 3-6-10. WAUSEON spare attempt on the 310, the baby split. Chops picks up just the 10 pin, so 9 count total. Alexa picks up her spare on lane number 8. So we got the scoring correction for BRYAN. It only showed 6 pins, but the 7 did go down. WAUSEON picks up 8, leaves the 610 on lane 7. Macy, that one going left. Missed the head pin, leaves the 1-3. Two out of 3 for BRYAN on lane 5. WAUSEON spare attempt lane 7, converts to 610. Macy now spare attempt lane 8. Oh, and she chopped. Nine count for BRYAN down on lane 5. WAUSEON with a strike. That coming on lane number 7. Kendall up now, lane number 8. Picks up 9, leaves the 7 pin. BRYAN missed their spare attempt on lane 5. WAUSEON goes high, leaves the 6-9-10 on lane 7. Kendall now spare attempt, and it falls off into the gutter on the left side. So an open frame for Kendall. BRYAN drops all 10 for a strike on lane 5. There's a spare conversion for WAUSEON on lane number 7. Ariana Kiesling up to the line now on lane 8 for Napoleon. And Ari drops all 10 for the strike. 9 count for BRYAN, leaving a 10 pin. BRYAN getting 8 on lane 6, leaving the 6-10. WAUSEON up now, lane number 8. Picks up 8, leaves the 1-3. Brenna now, lane number 7. Picks up 9, leaves a 2 pin. BRYAN converts their spare down on lane 5. Spare conversion for BRYAN on lane 6, picked up. WAUSEON now spare attempt, and they convert. BRYAN on lane number 6, comes in light, picks up 6. He's the 1, 2, 8, 1, 2, 4, and 8. Brenna now, spare attempt on lane 7. Needs to get back, and it does. WAUSEON with a strike a moment ago on lane number 8. BRYAN converts to spare in lane 6. Alexa goes high, picks up 8, leaves the 3-6. WAUSEON with another strike down on lane 8. BRYAN gets 9 on lane number 6, leaves a 10-pin. Another strike for WAUSEON on lane number 8. Alexa picks up her spare. Spare attempt for BRYAN now, lane number 6, and that falls off. So a 9 count for BRYAN. Macy Eicher now, lane number 7. And she gets 9, leaves a 10-pin. Strike for BRYAN on lane number 6. And another strike for WAUSEON. Spare attempt now for Macy, and that one falls off to the right. So an open for Macy. BRYAN getting 9, leaving a 7-pin on lane 6. Kendall up now, lane number 7. And she gets all 10 to fall. That one looked like it hit a little heavy, but it carried through for the strike. BRYAN ends up getting 8, leaving the 5-7, it looks like. BRYAN now, spare attempt, lane number 6. Oh, okay, it holds on. Thought she'd pulled that one a little left. Ariana Kiesling strikes on lane number 7 for Napoleon. That's a double up for her. BRYAN picks up 1 out of 2. Nice attempt there at the 5-7 though. Brenna up now, lane number 8 for Napoleon. And a strike for Brenna, all 10 drop. WAUSEON's ball drifting left, picks up 3. Alexa now, lane number 8, and she picks up 5. BRYAN now, lane number 5. That's going left of the head pin, Brooklyn strike. WAUSEON, spare attempt on lane 7. Picks up 4 more for a total of 7. There's a spare for Alexa. WAUSEON now, lane number 7, comes in light, misses the head pin, leaves the 139. Macy up now, lane number 8. Macy also a little light, missed the head pin, leaves the 1, 2, 4, and 8, I think. Yep, 1, 2, 4, and 8. WAUSEON ends up missing her spare attempt on lane 7. She ended up with 7 for the frame. Macy now, spare attempt. She's got it. WAUSEON goes high, but it carries through for the strike. BRYAN just spared down on lane number 5. Kendall up now on lane number 8 for Napoleon. And that goes Brooklyn, but it carries through for the strike. So that's a double up for Kendall. There's a 5 count for WAUSEON on lane number 7. Ariana Kiesling now, lane number 8. And a strike for Ari. That's 3 in a row now. WAUSEON spare attempt. And she picks it up. Strike for BRYAN down on lane number 5. BRYAN gets a 7 on lane number 6, leaves the 3, 6, 10. WAUSEON now, lane number 7. And splits on her, leaves the 210. BRYAN now, spare attempt, lane number 6. And that chops, picks up 2 of the 3. WAUSEON now, spare attempt on lane 7. Oh, good attempt. Slides right in front of the 10 pin. That's 2 splits we've seen. One by WAUSEON and the other one by Alexa earlier. That they actually cut the split a little too hard. WAUSEON picking up 1 out of 3 on lane 8. So a 8 count for them. Usually with those splits, it's a matter of hitting them. You end up hitting them too heavy and they don't cut enough. But that one, they hit them thin enough that they slid right in front. BRYAN picks up their spare on lane number 6. Brenna up now, lane number 7. That goes Brooklyn, strike. So a double up for Brenna. WAUSEON now, spare attempt, lane number 8. Picks up 2 out of 3. Alexa Miller up now, lane number 7. And she drops all 10. That's a strike for her. WAUSEON picking up 8 on lane 8, leaving the 6-10. BRYAN gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. Macy up now, lane 7. That one comes in light, picks up 6, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 8. I'm sorry, WAUSEON must have got 9. 10 pin must have dropped. WAUSEON misses their spare attempt.
A couple parents or a couple coaches to get the team meals. Do not send the entire team. Send one or
Macy,
two
spare
people to
attempt,
get
lane
your
number
meals.
7. Picks it up. Bryan now on lane number 6. Drops all of them for a strike. WAUSEON picks up 8. Looks like 2:10 left on lane 8. Bryan up lane number 6. This is their 5th bowler, working on a strike in the previous frame. And she gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. Kendall's got 2 in a row right now, looking for a 3rd. WAUSEON picks up 1 out of 2. And no, I'm sorry, that's a 9 count. 7 didn't go down. I could have swore that would look good. Bryan with a strike down on lane number 5. Spare attempt for Bryan on lane 6. WAUSEON lets the ball go on lane 8 and a strike for her. Bryan converts their spare on lane 6. Kendall now spare attempt on lane 7. Oh, and it didn't quite get it far enough down lane before it broke. Missed inside. Ariana Kiesling up now, lane number 7. Bryan picks up 8, leaves the 3-9 on lane 6, or I'm sorry, lane 5. Ari goes high, but it carries through for the strike. Now 4 in a row for Ariana Kiesling. Brenna, lane number 8. Picks up 6. Looks like the 3, 5, 6, and 10. WAUSEON picking up 5, leaving the 1, 3, 6, 8, and 10. Brenna now, spare attempt. Got it. WAUSEON also converts their spare. Alexa Miller now, lane number 8. Gets 9, can't get the 8 pin to kick out. WAUSEON, a little light, picks up 8. Bryan with a strike down on lane number 5. That's a double up for her. Alexa now, spare attempt. Got it. WAUSEON, spare attempt, lane 7. That's going to chop. Picks up 1 out of 2. Bryan drops all 10 for a strike. Macy Eicher up now, lane number 8 for Napoleon. And all 10 back into the pit for Macy. There's a strike. WAUSEON a little high on that one, picks up 9 on lane 7, leaves a 10 pin. BRYAN got 7 on their first ball on lane number 6, leaving a 2-4-5. Kendall up now, lane number 8. And that's 9 count for her, leaving the 7 pin. BRYAN converts the spare there on lane 6. WAUSEON picks up the spare in lane 7. Kendall now, spare attempt. And she's got it. BRYAN now, lane number 6. And she gets 8. Looks like 2-7. Strike for WAUSEON. Oh, 2 must have gone down. No. No, rack must have gotten it, so it'll have to get reset. Ariana Kiesling with a strike there on lane number 8. Oh, split for WAUSEON on lane 7, leaving the 7-10. WAUSEON picks up 3 on lane number 8. All right, so they've reset the pin for BRYAN on lane 6. Spare attempt for WAUSEON, trying to get at least 1 here. That's what she does. All right, WAUSEON, spare attempt. Picks up a few more, so a total of 7. BRYAN picks up 1 out of the 2. Running now, lane number 7. And she drops all 10 for a strike. All right, Alexa up now. And there's a strike for Alexa. 7 count for BRYAN, leaving the 2-4-5. WAUSEON gets that one a little too far left. Macy up now, lane 7. Make him dance. There's a strike for Macy. BRYAN chops, picks up 2 out of the 3 on lane 6. WAUSEON, second ball, picks up 6, so 6 total for the frame. BRYAN up, lane number 6, gets a strike. Kendall now, lane number 7. And a 9 count, leaving a 7 pin on lane 7. WAUSEON gets 9 down on lane number 8. Kendall now, spare attempt here. And she'll miss that one inside. BRYAN now, lane number 6. Gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. There's a spare pickup for WAUSEON on lane number 8. Airy up now, lane 7. And she picks up 7, leaves the 2-7-8. WAUSEON picks up 5 down on lane 8, leaves a 2-4-5-7-8. BRYAN picks up the spare there on lane number 6. BRYAN also with a spare attempt on lane 5, picks up 1 more for a total of 7. WAUSEON gets all but 1, so a 9 count for them total. Airy now, spare attempt here. Picks it up. Nicely done. Clutch for Airy. BRYAN up on lane number 5. And she gets 9, leaves a 7-pin. WAUSEON down lane number 8. And picks up 9, looks like a 2-pin left. WAUSEON on lane 7 as well. Gets 9, leaves a 4-pin. BRYAN spare attempt, lane 5. Picks it up. WAUSEON spare attempts on lanes 7 and 8. Here's lane 8 first. Converts. All right, WAUSEON bowler up on lane number 7. There's a strike for BRYAN down on lane 5. WAUSEON converts on lane 7. Brenna up 9th frame. Remember, we'll have a short break after the 3rd game. And Brenna drops all 10 for a strike. There's a double up for her. Brenna put together 3 good games today. WAUSEON gets 9 of them to drop. Leaves just the 6-pin behind. Alexa up now, lane number 8. That one goes heavy, picks up 8, leaves a 6-10. BRYAN's last bowler up on lane 5 and a strike for her. So moving into the 10th frame for BRYAN on lane 6. She starts out with 7, leaves the 1-2-10. WAUSEON spare attempt, lane number 7. Alexa missed her spare attempt on just a moment ago. Macy up, lane number 8. That one goes high, gets 8, leaves a 6-10. WAUSEON picks up 7 on lane 7, leaving the 2-4-5. And Macy won't get any more. That comes out of the gutter. There'll be a scoring correction there. WAUSEON spare attempt on lane 7. And she picks it up. BRYAN spare attempt on lane 6. Picks up 2 out of the 3. Kendall now, lane number 8, and a strike for Kendall. WAUSEON washes out on lane 7, leaves the 1-2-4-10. BRYAN, looks like that one was a little high, ends up splitting on her. Leaves the 4-7-10 on lane 6. This is her 10th frame for BRYAN. Ariana Kiesling now up on lane 8, 9th frame. Oh, solid 9. WAUSEON, spare attempt here, lane 7, picks up 2 out of the 4. BRYAN, spare attempt on lane 6, picks up 2 out of the 3. So she finished with a 129. And Ari did pick up her spare. WAUSEON's 5th bowler picks up a strike on lane 7. WAUSEON picking up 6 on lane 8, leaves 2, 4, 5, and 8 in the bucket. BRYAN picking up 6 to start her 10th frame on lane 6. Brenna up now on lane number 7. And she starts out the 10th with a strike. BRYAN picks up their spare. They'll get one more.
That must be why, though, because in our leagues, they always use like that 4 frame.
Brenna now, 2nd ball, 10th frame. And she gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. BRYAN also getting 9, leaving a 10 pin. That's her final ball. She finishes with a 163. Looking at the scores, look like Napoleon will extend their lead. WAUSEON drifting left, picks up 3, it looks like. BRYAN gets 7, leaves the 2-4-7 on lane 6. And Brenna missed her spare opportunity, but finishes with a nice game of 232. Nice bowling, Brenna. And that was a clean game for Brenna. And BRYAN picks up 1 out of the 3, and she finishes with a 232. She had 4 strikes in a row before opening in the 10th. Alexa Miller starts out the 10th with a 7, leaving the 2-4-5. WAUSEON picks up 7, leaves the 4, 5, and 7 on lane 8. BRYAN's last bowler up, working on a strike in the 9th, comes in light, picks up 6, leaves the 2, 4, 5, and 7. Alexa, spare attempt here, nicely picked up. So she'll get 1 more in the 10th. She can strike out for a 176. Spare attempt for WAUSEON here, picks up 1 out of 3, finishes with a 162. Alexa now, last ball, 10th frame. And she picks up 9 more and finishes with a 175. WAUSEON starts out the 10th with a strike on lane number 8. BRYAN picks up 3 more and finishes with a 185. So BRYAN finishing with a game 3 of 833. Napoleon sitting at 885 after Macy picks up 7 on her first ball, leaves the 1-2-10. So if you guys ever want to look for the scoring sheets for the match, if you go to the OHSAA website and search for bowling and then look for tournament, and it'll be under the sectional and district tournaments, and then they usually have a section where they post the score sheets. You usually have to give them at least a day or two before the tournament directors. By the time the tournament directors submit the scores, they verify them and then they'll post them, but within usually a day or two they've got them up online. The boys are already posted there. Kendall Horner now, lane number 7. That one goes high, picks up 9, leaves a 2-pin. Again, if you want to kind of see the scoring in real time and you're a member of Lane Talk, the scores are up and being updated in real time. You'll have to know which lanes your bowler's on, but WAUSEON with a strike in the 10th. Kendall now, spare attempt on lane 7, picks it up. So she'll get 1 more in the 10th. So Macy Eicher finished with a 143. WAUSEON now, second ball, 10th frame, lane number 8. Picks up 9, leaves a 7-pin. Kendall now, last ball, 10th frame. Patrick Henry and Liberty Center closing up the 10th frame here. There's a strike for Kendall. 173 for Kendall Horner. WAUSEON now, last ball, 10th frame. And she steps back. Ari will take advantage of the opportunity to bowl. Oh, and she splits, leaves the 7-10. Not what we want to see in the first ball of the 10th frame. Last ball of the 10th frame, that's fine. First ball, no. WAUSEON, spare attempt, lane number 8. Picks it up. So let's see, Ari's sitting at 202 plus 8, so 210. So probably either 210 or 211 here is what she'll finish up with. And she likes to take out the 10-pin. So 211, 934, game number 3. So all right, we'll switch over and watch the last few frames for Patrick Henry and Liberty Center. Liberty Center, lane number 3. Picks up 9. She finishes with a 136. Patrick Henry's last bowler up, started out with a 10th with a strike, picks up 8 more. Liberty Center starts off the 10th with an 8, leaves the 4-7. All right, Patrick Henry, last bowler, last ball, 10th frame. Won't get any additional. So Patrick Henry will finish with a 765. That 5th bowler ended up with a 191. So Patrick Henry's first bowler, 147, second, 124, third, 133, 170 for the 4th, and 191. Liberty Center picks up the spare. They'll get one more. Liberty Center's first bowler was a 119, second bowler 138, third bowler 158, fourth bowler 136. And if Liberty Center strikes out, they'll end up, their last bowler can end up with a 162. They'll end up with a third game score in the low 700s. All right, ball is on its way. Picks up the strike. So 162, and they'll finish with a 709. So Patrick Henry, 765. Liberty Center, 709. 833 for BRYAN. 720 for WAUSEON. And 934 for the Lady Cats. All right, so we've got a couple of teams finishing up. So we will go on mute. I will update you guys in the chat with the game 3 totals, and then when we come back on, I'll reiterate them for those viewers that don't have access to chat. All right, so we'll keep the stream going. Hang out with us, and we should be back in, get things started in probably 30 minutes or so. Maybe a little longer. Depends on how long it takes these teams to finish up. So, all right, thank you.
Scorekeepers, we're going to try to do after every 2 bakers. Scorekeepers after every 2. Bowlers and coaches, there'll be no warm-ups going into your bakers. First throw counts. Go ahead and get your cheers in. We'll be starting shortly. Coaches, set your lineups.
All right, we'll be getting underway here shortly. Well, quick rundown after the 3 games. Napoleon is in the lead. They had a 9:34. They're up to 26-73. BRYAN in second. They had a game 3 of 8:33. They're at 25-26. Third place, Liberty Center. Game 3 was 7:09. They had a 22-43. Patrick Henry, fourth place, jumped over WAUSEON. They had a 7:65. Game 3, 21-82. WAUSEON in fifth, 9 pins back at 21-73. They had a game 3 of 7:20. TINORA is 7:49. They're only 22 pins back of the cut line, sitting at 21-60. EVERGREEN had a 7:12 in game 3, sitting at 19:49. 233 pins out of the cut line. OTTAWA-GLANDORF, game 3, 6:47. They're sitting at 18:27, 355 back. Ninth place Delta, 6:18 in game 3 for a 17:75. SWANTON, 5:37 game 3 with a 16:53. 11th is Bluffton. 12th Miller City. 13th is Toledo Horizon Science Academy. And finally, oh, that was the last one. Science, okay, 13 teams. 14 boy teams, 13 girl teams. All right, so we got the girls down back on lanes number 3 and 4. Alexa looks like she'll start things off. And a strike for Alexa. BRYAN started off with 9, leaving a 7 pin. All right, the girls have been fed, they've been hydrated, and it looks like they're ready to bowl. BRYAN picks up their spare, lane number 3. This looks like Macy Eicher up for Napoleon. And another strike for the Lady Cats. Click, click, boom indeed. All right, BRYAN gets 8 on their her first ball in the second frame. Brenna up now. That one goes a little high. She gets the 4 pin to drop, leaves just the 7 pin, pickup of 9. All right, BRYAN picks up the spare. Remember, if you guys are members of Lane Talk, you guys can follow the Baker matches in real time. Brenna picks up her spare. Lady Cats currently on lane number 4. We should have scoring updates after the 3rd Baker game is complete, or shortly thereafter. 9 count for BRYAN, leaving a 4 pin down on lane number 3. And the 4 pin goes down finally for Kendall. There's a strike for her. There'll be a scoring correction there. That one fell really, really slow, but it did fall. Bryan picks up their spare. So 3 straight spares for Bryan. Napoleon with 3 strikes and a spare. Nine count for Bryan again, leaving a 4-pin. Bryan, spare attempt, lane number 3. Picked up. Lady Cats waiting for their pins, and looks like here they come. All right, Ariana Kiesling up, number 5 spot for Napoleon. That one comes in a little light. Picks up 5, leaves the 1, 2, 4, 6, and 10. Another 9 count for Bryan, this time leaving a 6-pin. All right, gotta go Brooklyn on this one to pick it up. Bryan now, spare attempt, lane number 3, picks it up. Ariana now, spare attempt, picks up 2 out of the 5. So first open frame for Napoleon. Sitting at 53 after 5, or I'm sorry, 93 after 5. I was gonna say 53 sounds low. 93 after 5. Bryan getting 6 on the first ball in the 6th frame. Remember, there'll be 6 Baker games. This is just Baker game number 1. And Alexa crushes the rack for a strike. We do want another one just like the other one. Instant replay. All right, Bryan picks up their spare. So 6 for 6 for spares for Bryan. Another strike, this time coming from Macy Eicher. I think the girls have woken up. Bryan comes in a little light to the pocket, leaves a 2, 4, 5, a pickup of 7. Brenna now, lane number 4. And she gets 9, leaves the 8-pin. All right, Patrick Henry almost done with Baker game number 1. Bryan picks up their spare. Brenna now, spare attempt, lane 4. She's got it. All right, Kendall up now, lane number 4. And Kendall gets 7, leaves the 2, 7, 8. Patrick Henry finishes with a 167. Kendall picked up 2 out of 3. So they're sitting at 168. Bryan struck in the 9th frame after opening in the 8th. Ariana Kiesling gets 9, leaving a 4-pin. Bryan with a strike in the 10th frame, doubles up. 157 for Liberty Center. Ariana Kiesling, spare attempt, lane 4. Picks it up. So 1 more in a 10th for them. They can max out at 188. Bryan, second ball, 10th frame. Goes Brooklyn for the strike. They have 3 in a row now. Ariana Kiesling, last ball, 10th frame. Gets 9, so 187 in game number 1. Bryan gets 6 more, and they finish with a 187. So Bryan and Napoleon will switch sides. WAUSEON still finishing up. All right, chat, are you guys awake out there? Alexa up. Baker game number 2. This time on lane number 3. And Alexa starts out with 8, leaves the 4-7. Bryan comes in a little light, ends up leaving the 1-2-8, pickup of 7. Lex now, spare attempt, lane number 3. Picks it up. Nice pickup there for Bryan. And Macy gets 9. Looks like maybe a 6-pin. Yep. Bryan drops all 10 for a strike. And WAUSEON, 3 strikes in the 10th to finish with 133. Bryan gets 9, leaves a 10-pin. Macy now, spare attempt. Oh, just missed. Brenna Massey up now, number 3 spot. And she drops all 10 for a strike. BRYAN missed their spare attempt in the 3rd frame. BRYAN up now, 4th frame, Baker game number 2. And a strike for BRYAN. Nine count for Kendall, lane number 3. Looks like a 5-pin there. BRYAN now, lane number 4. Gets another strike. That's back-to-back strikes for the Lady Bears. Kendall picks up her spare. And BRYAN comes into the pocket, missed the head pin, and leaves a washout. The 1, 2, 4, and 10. Ariana Kiesling up now for Napoleon. And a strike for Ari. BRYAN missed their spare attempt. They'll end up with 6. Sitting at 96 in the 6th. And 9 count for Alexa, leaving a 10-pin. BRYAN carries for the strike. Spare attempt for Alexa. Picks it up. Nine count for BRYAN, leaving a 4-pin. Nine count for Macy. She's got a 3-pin left. BRYAN picks up their spare. Macy picks up her spare. BRYAN now, lane number 4. Drops all 10 for the strike. And a strike for Brenna. Back coming in the 8th frame. BRYAN up now, lane number 4, 10th frame. Gets 9, leaves a 4-pin. Kendall up for Napoleon, lane 3, 9th frame. This is Baker game number 2. And she gets 8. BRYAN picks up their spare. They'll get one more. Kendall picks up her spare. BRYAN strikes out for a 178, I think. Oh, 176. Ariana picks up 8, leaving the 6-10 to start the 10th. Ariana picks up the spare. They'll get one more. Patrick Henry finishes with a 179 in Baker game number 2. And Ariana Kiesling with 9. And that's a 184 in Baker game number 2. All right, so they'll switch, and then they'll start Baker game number 3. WAUSEON and Liberty Center still finishing up Baker game number 2. We'll get those scores to you as soon as I have them. Trying to find out what TINORA had, but we may have to wait to the break or until the scoring update. All right, a strike for the Lady Cats. Start things off. Macy up now, number 2 spot. And she goes left of the head pin, picks up 6, leaves the 1, 3, 6, and 10. BRYAN, second ball, first frame, picks up 9. WAUSEON started his 10th with a strike, got 9 on their second ball. They could finish out with 156 max. BRYAN picking up 9. Spare attempt from Macy here. Picks it up. I think the chat has gone to sleep. BRYAN picks up the spare here. Brenna with 9. Looks like a 7-pin left. WAUSEON finished with a 156. Brenna missed her spare attempt. And our Liberty Center finishes up with a 150 with an open in the 10th.
129.
All right, Kendall up. And Kendall drops all 10 for the strike. Bryan with a strike in the 4th frame. Baker game number 3. And Ariana Kiesling makes it a double. Alexa up now. That one goes high, picks up 9. Looks like a 6-pin left. I have no idea what the coaches told the ladies. Unfortunately, as you know, parents and fans are not allowed to have an interaction with the team while the match is underway, so I can make some guesses, but oh, and Alexa missed her spare opportunity on lane number 4. Bryan, spare opportunity here, picks up 2 out of the 3 on the split. Macy now, lane number 4. And she picks up 8, looks like the 4-5 left. I would probably guess that they told them to just relax, have fun. They got had a nice little cushion over Bryan. All right, Macy up, lane number 4. Nice pickup right between the 4-5. Bryan picks up the spare on lane number 3. Brenna drops all 10 for the strike. There's a strike for Bryan. Oh, split for Kendall. Looks like the 6-7. Eight count for Bryan. All right, looks like we've got scoring updates after 2 Baker games. So Napoleon in first, Bryan in second, Liberty Center third. Patrick Henry is still in fourth place. WAUSEON has dropped to 66 pins back. TINORA is 113 pins back. EVERGREEN in seventh. OTTAWA-GLANDORF in eighth. And then Delta, Swanton, Miller City, Bluffton, and Toledo Horizon Science Academy. So TINORA with 126 and 129, and WAUSEON with 133, 156. Not able to keep up with the leaders. Nine count for for Napoleon. Started out the 10th frame from Ariana. Bryan got 5. Gets the spare. That coming in the 9th frame, that's big. Ariana picks up the spare in the 10th. She'll get one more. So Napoleon could finish out with 173 with a strike. Bryan's, if they strike out, I believe also on a 173 pace. And that's a strike for Bryan to start the 10th. Ariana Kiesling, last ball, 10th frame. And another strike. So 173 for the Lady Cats. Patrick Henry's max is 156 at this point. They're trying to pick up a spare in the 9th frame here. And they do, so they have one more frame to go. Bryan got 9 on the second ball in their 10th frame. So the max now drops to 163. Spare attempt for Bryan, picks it up. So it should be 163. All right, so they'll switch lanes, get ready for Baker game number 4. All right, Patrick Henry opens up in the 10th and finishes with a 134. All right, Alexa up to start Baker game number 4. That one goes high, ends up leaving the 3, 6, and 9. Pickup of 7. Liberty Center just put 2 strikes together in the 8th and 9th. Bryan gets a strike on lane number 4. Alexa picks up the spare on lane number 3. Bryan gets 7 pin to drop, leaving just the 10. Could have been a big split there for Bryan. Macy up now, lane number 3. She goes Brooklyn, picks up 8. Leaves the 3-9. Macy does. BRYAN picks up their spare in the second frame, Baker game number 4. Macy chops, can't get the sleeper. And Liberty Center puts a 192 on the board in Baker game number 3. TINORA just put up a 189 in Baker game 3. WAUSEON with a 153 in Baker game number 3. BRYAN picks up their spare. Macy put up a strike just a moment ago for the Lady Cats. Kendall up now, lane number 3. Gets 9, leaves a 7 pin. Strike for BRYAN, lane number 4, 4th frame. Kendall picks up her spare, she looks pleased. BRYAN now 5th frame, lane number 4. 9 count, leaves the 7. Ariana up now, lane number 3 for Napoleon. Gets 8. Looked like it might have been the big 4 for a minute, but left just the 4-7 standing. BRYAN now, spare attempt on lane 4. Picks it up. Airy up now, lane number 3. Oh, gets a little too far left. Open frame there. So BRYAN did get their spare. They're up now in the 6th frame. That comes in a little light, picks up 7, leaves a 2-4-5. Alexa up now, 6th frame for Napoleon, Baker game number 4. And she gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. BRYAN gets 2 out of the 3. Opens up. They're sitting at 105. Alexa missed her spare. Macy up, picks up, looks like 8. Leaves a 6-9. Third Baker for Napoleon was 173. I guess I can put those in the chat. So, yeah, Napoleon went 187, 184, 173. Brenna gets 9, leaves the 5-pin. Nice attempt there by BRYAN, but picks up 3 out of 4. Brenna up now, spare attempt. Picks it up. BRYAN comes in a little light, but they get them all to drop. 2-pin goes down late for the strike. Kendall now up for Napoleon. And a strike for Kendall. BRYAN with a strike, so back-to-back strikes for BRYAN. Airy up now, 10th frame, and she drops all 10 for a strike. So double up for Napoleon. BRYAN, their last bowler or 5th bowler up to start the 10th. Oh, and it leaves the 2-8-10. Tough spare to try and pick up. Because not only do you have to try and slide that 2 over into the 10, you also have to contend with a sleeper. Airy now, second ball, 10th frame. That one goes high, but it carries for the strike. That's 2 and a 10th for Airy. 3 total in a row. So she strikes out, I believe 171 is max. BRYAN doesn't hit anymore. They finish with 165 in Baker game number 4. Airy now, last ball, 10th frame, and another strike. So 171. Girls gather together for another chant. All right, Liberty Center and WAUSEON in the 9th frame. Baker game number 4. Patrick Henry almost finished. BRYAN up to start Baker game number 5. And they start out with 8. Alexa up for Napoleon. She got 9 on her first ball. Spare attempt underway. Picks it up. And Patrick Henry finishes with 140. Macy gets a strike for the White Lady Cats. BRYAN with a strike of their own in the second frame. Napoleon and BRYAN have been slugging it out here. There's only been a few pins difference in each of these Baker games. Brenna now picks up 8, leaves us 4-7. BRYAN also leaving 8, or picking up 8, leaving the 3-10. 153 for WAUSEON. Liberty Center finished up with 170. Nine count for Kendall, leaving a 5-pin. BRYAN opened up in the 4th, their 5th bowler up now. And she splits, leaves the 6-7, pickup of 8. Kendall now, spare attempt. Picks it up. Kendall did pick it up. BRYAN now spare attempt, lane number 3. Oh, nice attempt, but goes behind. So picks up 1 out of 2. Ariana Kiesling now, frame number 5. This is Baker game number 5. Nice ball, strike for Ari. BRYAN with a strike. That in the 6th frame. I think that's the 6th frame. Hang on. Now that was the 5th frame for BRYAN. Evidently they've switched flip-flops and bowlers around. BRYAN's got 9. Alexa got 9 in her first ball. She's left with the 4-pin, I believe. And just nips it, picks up the spare. I think that was a little closer than she intended. Count for Macy. Ends up leaving the 2-8. So yeah, at the conclusion of the 6 Baker games, there'll be the announcement of the 4 teams moving on to the district tournament, as well as the 4 individuals advancing not part of a team. Macy now, spare attempt, lane number 4. Oh! Picks up just the front one, can't get the sleeper. So they're sitting at 113 in the 7th. BRYAN got 9 on their first ball in the 7th. They'll be coming up for their spare here shortly. Brenna's up first, though, for Napoleon. And a strike for Brenna. BRYAN picks up their spare. Kendall up now, 9th frame, Baker game number 5. There'll be a total of 6 Baker games. Oh, and she splits. That looks like the 4-6. BRYAN gets 8 on their ball on the 8th frame, leaves the 6-10. And a strike for Ari. BRYAN goes a little high, picks up 9, leaves a 6 pin. That's in the 9th frame. All right, rundown after 4 Baker games. Napoleon still in the lead, sitting at 33-88. BRYAN at 32-17. Liberty Center in 3rd, 29-12. Patrick Henry, 28-02 in 4th. WAUSEON still in the hunt, 34 pins back. They're sitting at 27-68. TINORA also lurking. They're 72 pins back with 2 Baker games to go. They're sitting at 27-30. Ari with 2 strikes in the 10th. BRYAN picks up their spare. And then we've got Evergreen, Ottawa-Glandorf, Delta, Swanton, Miller City, Bluffton, and Toledo Science Academy rounding things out. And Ari goes high and picks up 5 on her final ball for 166. BRYAN picks up their spare. They'll have 1 more in the 10th. Sitting at 137 in the 9th, so 147. They could finish out at 157. Patrick Henry is in the 8th frame. And BRYAN picks up 9 on their final ball. So they'll finish at 158, I believe. No, 156. All right, 6th and final Baker game. Nice to know that there's a big group watching this. And Alexa starts us off with a strike. And Macy puts up a strike of her own, so double up for the Wildcats. Bryan starts off with 5 on lane number 4. All right, Patrick Henry coming into the 10th frame. They're sitting at 142 in the 9th. It just put up a 7, so max they could get is 162. Liberty Center also in the 10th. They just missed their spare attempt. They finish at 136. WAUSEON still has 2 frames to bowl. There's a 3rd strike for the Lady Cats. That one coming from Brenna, I'm assuming. Which should bring up Kendall next. Kendall's ball underway. And she gets 9 of them to drop, leaves the 3-pin. Bryan comes in light, leaves the 1-2-10. They did pick up their spare in the first frame. 151 for Patrick Henry. All right, Bryan up now for their spare attempt. And they'll pick up 2 of the 3 for an open in the second. Kendall now, spare attempt. Lane 3. She's got it. There's a strike for Bryan in lane number 4. And a strike for Ariana. I would say, you know, with coaching the seniors, you know, teaching them to coach, probably the biggest thing to remember is that no 2 bowlers are the same. The fundamentals don't differ, but everybody has their own physical abilities, and just look at the pro bowlers on tour. No 2 of them bowl exactly the same. They share the fundamentals, but Alexa picks up 9. Bryan splits on lane number 4. Alexa, spare attempt. She's got it. Well, you can tell your 90-year-old that we enjoy having her watch us. Bryan picks up 1 out of 2. Macy picks up 9, leaves a 6-pin. So 145 is what WAUSEON, I believe, finished with. Macy now, spare attempt. Picks it up. Bryan now picks up a few more. They end up with a total of 6. In the 6th frame, they're sitting at 88. Bryan with a strike on lane number 4. Brenna up now, lane number 3, after Macy's got her spare. And she picks up 8, leaves the 4-7. Bryan comes in light, washes out, leaves the 1-2-4-10. Brenna now spare attempt, lane number 3, picks it up. And Bryan picks up 3 out of the 4. And Brenna picks up her spare. Kendall just put up a strike in the 9th frame. Lady Cats looking to put up a big game number 6. Bryan up now, lane number 4, 9th frame, picks up the strike. Ariana Kiesling now, 10th frame. This is Baker number 6, final Baker game for the sectional tournament. And starts it off with a strike. Bryan picking up 9 to start the 10th frame. Just as a reminder, the top 4 teams will advance on to the district tournament being held on Tuesday at 10 a.m. at Interstate Lanes in Rossford, Ohio. Our boys have already punched their ticket. They'll be bowling on Thursday, also at 10 a.m. at Interstate Lanes. And another strike. So 2 in the 10th for Aerie, 3 in a row. Bryan up for their spare attempt. Looking at a split here. The 6-7, and they won't convert. And they'll finish off with a 142. All right, Ariana, last ball, 10th frame. And another strike for Aerie. So 2:36 in the final Baker game for the Lady Cats. Nice game, ladies. All right, we'll switch over to the other lane so you can catch Liberty Center, WAUSEON, and Patrick Henry finishing up. Well, we're glad to have you join us, Thomas, and your group. Patrick Henry picks up 3 out of 4 in the 6th frame. They're sitting at 82 in the 6th. WAUSEON got 5 on their first ball. Looks like the 3, 4, 6, 7, and 10. Patrick Henry, lane 8, picks up 9, leaves a 6 pin. Liberty Center on lane 6, getting ready to shoot their spare. Looks like the 1-2-4. And they pick up 2 out of 3. Liberty Center up lane number 6. Picks up 9, leaves a 10 or leaves a 6 pin. Patrick Henry missed their spare attempt on lane 8. Spare attempt for WAUSEON. And she picked it up. Nicely done. Patrick Henry takes out the 10 pin on their first ball on lane 8. Liberty Center misses their spare attempt. They're sitting at 119 in the 8th frame. WAUSEON now, lane number 5. That one going left, picks up 8, leaves the 1-3. Patrick Henry picking up 2 more pins for a total of 3. They're sitting at 94 in the 8th. WAUSEON spare attempt, lane number 5. And they missed that one. They're sitting at 114 in the 7th. Liberty Center picks up their spare in the 9th. Patrick Henry got 6 on their first ball. Spare attempt underway, lane 8. Picks up 2 more. So they're sitting at 102 in the 9th. WAUSEON gets 9, leaves a 10 pin. So after 5 Baker games, WAUSEON is about 40 pins below the cut line. TINORA is 119 below the cut line. Liberty Center picks up the strike. That's start the 10th frame. Liberty Center, Patrick Henry also in the 10th. Starts out with 9, leaves a 5 pin. WAUSEON can't convert the 10 pin, opens up in the 8th. They're sitting at 123. WAUSEON up now for the 9th frame, lane number 5. And WAUSEON picks up 9. I enjoy being able to bring these matches to you guys. Tell them to buckle their seatbelts if they watch Tuesday's live stream. It's going to be a bumpy ride. WAUSEON now, lane number 5, spare attempt, picks it up. All right, Patrick Henry finishes with 111. Liberty Center picks up their spare. They finish with 159. WAUSEON now 10th frame. Oh, and she splits, leaving the 7-10 split. Not what you want to have happen in the first frame of the 10th. All right, so 150 is what WAUSEON finished with. So our ladies finished with a baker total of 1117 out of 6 bakers. That's an average of 186.16. So our girls finished with 3790 total. Averaging 189.5 for the day. All right, now we're just waiting for the other teams to finish. We'll get the scoring updated. And we'll announce the 4 teams moving on and the 4 individuals. I want to thank everybody for joining the live stream today, especially Thomas, you and your group. I want to encourage you guys to watch the Lady Cats move on to the district tournament on Tuesday.
While scores are being tabulated, we have hot dogs on sale, $1 while they last.
That will start about 10 a.m.
$1.
and followed by the boys district tournament, which will start on Thursday also at about 10 a.m. All right, so it looks like all the teams are done bowling, so we're just getting the scores entered here, and we should have results here in just the next few minutes. So hang out with us.
$2. Hot chicken sandwiches.
And we will
$2.
update you shortly.
Don't forget, if you borrowed some house shoes, don't forget to return the house shoes to the counter. Thank you. Also, don't forget we still have t-shirts and hoodies and sweatpants for sale. You can get them here at the counter. we're going to start with the team finishers. We'll start with 13th place team was Bluffton with a 2037. In 12th place with a 2047, Horizon Science Academy. In 11th place, hello microphone. 11th place with a 2060, Miller City. In 10th place with a 2322, Swanton. In 9th place with a 2544, OTTAWA-GLANDORF. In 8th place with a 2547, Delta. In 7th place with a 2780, Evergreen. In 6th place with a 2962, TINORA. In 5th place with a 3063, WAUSEON. And your 4 teams advance into the district final next Tuesday, Interstate Lanes in Rossford. In fourth place with a 3064, Patrick Henry. In 3rd place with a 3207, Liberty Center. In 2nd place with a 3515, BRYAN. And in 1st place with a 3790, Napoleon. All right, now we'll announce the individual advancers. And we will start, coming back again. Top advancer with a 580 series from TINORA, Jennifer Lichtenwald. Next individual qualifier with a 545, also from TINORA, Taylor Spangler. Next advancer, I am going to throw this microphone away. Next advancer with a 508 from WAUSEON, Kimberly. And your last individual qualifier to advance with a 476 from Swanton, it's Emma Leonard.
All right, so a quick rundown.
Coaches, we have
4 teams advancing are Napoleon, 3790, BRYAN, 3515, Liberty Center, 3207, Patrick Henry, 3064, WAUSEON missed by 1 single pin, coming in at 3063. TINORA was, I think, 102 pins back of that. And then your individuals advancing, Jennifer Lichtenwald from TINORA with a 580, Taylor Spangler with a 545, also from TINORA, Kimberly Yoakum from WAUSEON with a 508, and I believe it's Emma Leonard with a 476 from Swanton.
Thank you.
All right, that will conclude our broadcast for today. Again, I want a heartfelt thank you to everybody that joined, everybody that commented. Hopefully you guys will join us next week as the boys and girls take on the district tournament, trying to get back to state. All right, as always, we'll wrap this up by saying, go Wildcats. Thank you.
Brenna and Macy.